What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Good morning. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. It is Thursday, May 15th, 2025, and we are standing here at the Kaagbaan. Primary runway for arrivals, although Amsterdam runway 36 right is now also open for arrivals. Pretty windy, pretty cool, but the sun is shining. Between the clouds. First airplane of the day, Vueling. And already a long distance Queenie headshot. Maar ja, goedenavond. Welcome to the show. All others who have joined already. James Mail, ahoy hoi. Redison Guy, goedemorgen. Olaf, good morning. Leroy, Gary in Amsterdam, Richard, Bas, goedemorgen. Ramon, Thibaut, Clemencia, Edwin. Welcome to the show, everybody. Bas, goedemorgen. So, for some reason, 36 right is also open. Usually, come 9:20, they only have one runway open for arrivals. Not exactly sure why that is. The duckies are already over here. More duckies in the field. Quite a few ducks actually. And this is Guzzleb, arriving from Bristol, A320neo. Hey, €3 the kilo is pretty cheap. Good tip, thank you, Clemencia. Jetstream Journeys, Babbers, great, goedemorgen, good morning. Tommaso, good morning. Martino, good morning. Leo, goedemorgen. So yeah, big picture wise, looking to the north, things look like so. Looking to the west, this is what it looks like. Looking to the east and inward, this is what it looks like. Looking to the south, things look like so. The wind is blowing from the northeast. In other words, somewhere from there, over there. It means that more open sky is blowing this way. It is expected to get more sunny as the day progresses. But right now with the wind, it is actually a bit chilly. Luckily, I do have my winter parka back on and my fingerless gloves on. Should be good. What also should be good is today's stream. There are 3 747s and the A380 on the way, and as it stands right now, it looks like all will land on this runway. Fingers crossed. Hey there, Redison Wife, good morning. Richard, goedemorgen. Esther Benjamins, good morning. Neil, good morning. Bevroren Patat, goedemorgen. Rob, goedemorgen. Frits, goedemorgen. Dag het niet, goedemorgen. Patrick, good morning. Daniel, goedemorgen. Behind you, KLM flight 978 is arriving from London City. That's an Embraer 190. Next airplane to arrive to the Kaagbaan is going to be Vueling. It looks like Queenie is going to traverse the runway. Bit hazy. Goedemorgen Taco. Marjan, goedemorgen. Tijmen, goedemorgen. Jan, goedemorgen. So apparently there's still enough traffic to keep 2 runways open. Or am I now just completely confused? No, it's usually 2 runways open for outbound from 9:20 until 11. Funnily enough, now 2 runways still open for inbound traffic. Not exactly sure why that is. Although, looking on flight radar, both glide slopes are filled, so apparently there's enough traffic. Lance Plains and More, goedemorgen, good morning. Hey there Donna, good morning. Roy, goedemorgen. I am feeling better, Patrick, thank you for asking. So, let's have a look on what is expected. Right now, a Vueling is arriving behind me. That's all well and good, but let's have a look on flight radar and see what we can expect in terms of Quad Squad members. So Cargolux is underway, arriving from Miami, Florida. ETA 12 o'clock. Yeah, should land here on this runway. Saudia and Cargolux are also arriving from Jeddah and Nairobi respectively, and their ETAs are pretty close to one another, within 10 minutes now. 12 o'clock, 12:08, 12:12, within 15 minutes. On paper, 1 runway open for arrivals. At the time, these 747s are all expected, so if all is well, these 3 should land on Kaagman. And the same goes for Emirates as it stands right now, with an ETA shortly before 1 o'clock. Ordinarily, it should land on the runway we are standing next to. Nothing is ever certain here at Schiphol Airport. The wind is blowing from the north, means there's crosswind from the left for the airplanes that are landing on runway 06. The wind is 12 knots, we have broken clouds, we do have a ceiling at 2200 feet. It is 11 degrees Celsius, so that's 52-ish Fahrenheit. Not very warm. Alright, so next airplane to arrive on the right, that is Air France, and on the left is JetBlue. JetBlue arriving from New York, JFK. Alan also back in the chat, good morning mate. Ulf, guten Morgen. Martin, morgen. Milan, goedemorgen, good morning. So yeah, on paper it looks like an interesting day today. And if the weather is going to open up and we are going to see a bit more sunshine later in the morning, it should be perfect. Good morning, Canon Chef Chris. Ben Pepper, good morning. Jeffrey, goedemorgen. Janus, good morning. Airbus 380 High Fly, good morning. Welcome to the show, everybody. So yeah, it is converging arrivals right now. Although where the Sun Express right now flies still further out, I guess. There is still 1 airplane coming. Maybe that's the last airplane. Ordinarily from 9:20 until 11, 1 runway open for inbound traffic. So maybe the Sun Express now on final for 36 right is going to be the last airplane. Grebes are also awake. The ducks are too. Barely. And over here we have JetBlue arriving from New York. Flight 62288. And that's an A321neo. 7 hours and 21 minutes underway. In the wannabe ITA livery. First flight of this airplane was in May 2024, so it's celebrating its first birthday this month. Ah, there's the Sun Express, arriving from Konya, which is probably the last airplane to 36 right then. Nippon Cargo 7478 arrived earlier in the morning over here. Are they going to open up the hatch or close it? Not sure. Ed, good morning. Danshoek, good morning. In Spirit Galaxy, good morning. Reginaldo, good morning. Pedro, good morning. Barak, good morning. So yeah, we have 3 747s and an A380 underway, and as it stands right now, they are going to land here on runway 06. A warm welcome to all who have joined already. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. It's a bit windy, it's a bit cloudy, it is cool. And we are standing at the Kaagbaan, runway 06, which now seems to have become the only runway for arrivals, as is normal at this time of day. Vueling flight 1377 arriving from Alicante is coming. And after that should be Ryanair, flight 3100, arriving from Dublin, Ireland. KLM flight 1402 arriving from Paris after that. What else is coming? Delta is coming. Delta Airlines flight 56 arriving from Salt Lake City. That looks to become the first widebody of today's show. KLM flight 592 arriving from Johannesburg, South Africa is coming this way. Turkish flight 1951 is approaching the Dutch border. The Mobile Cessna Citation is also coming this way. Absolutely beautiful. Would be nice if that was to land on this runway. But maybe they're directing it to 36 right for a breakaway landing on runway 04. Could be. J.W. Slijm, goedemorgen. Uncle Plain Guy, good morning. Peter James, good morning, and welcome to the show, all others who might have tuned in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live, my name is Boy. This is the Kaagbaan, where we are filming arrivals. An area of cloudiness is drifting out of the country, so looking to the south you can see that the clouds are still there. Looking to the west and then looking to the north, the weather is a bit more open. It's a gradual process, there's no clear delineation between the cloudiness and the open sky, so I'm expecting in the upcoming hours to gradually see more blue sky and maybe also a bit more sunshine. This is Vueling flight 1377 arriving from Alicante. A320, 2 hours 15 minutes on the way. 18 years old already. First flight March 2007. And for those of you who missed the initial briefing, we are expecting 3 747s and the A380, and the way it stands, they are all expected to land on this runway. 3 747s with an ETA within 15 minutes between one another. The power 15 minutes is between 12 and 12:15. So if you are unable to stick around for the entire duration of the stream, the highlights will be between 12 and 1. The Emirates A380 is expected a few minutes to 1 as it stands, and the 3 747s are all expected between 12 and 12:15. So make sure that you can tune in between then if you are limited in your time, because that is when the 747s are all going to land here. And if all is well, all on the same runway. In the meantime, a warm welcome to Johan L. Johan L has become our latest Aurora Sky Lounge member. Welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge, mate. Thank you for your vote of confidence. Hope you're going to like it in the lounge. You now have access to 32 custom emojis. Speaking of which, I am now realizing that I completely forgot to choose the winners of the polls and open up the third round polls. Better remind myself that I do that when I get home after streaming. We're still electing the definitive 30-second custom emoji. Last time I checked the second round polls, we had two winners, firefighters and Lufti, so it looks like it's going to be a battle between these two. And if you're a member, you can vote in the community section. Ryanair arriving from Dublin, Ireland. (737). So yeah, Johan, welcome and thank you for your vote of confidence. Good morning, Razor. Thomas, goedemorgen. Tina, goedemorgen. Meneer Alpanta, good morning. Mr. Blue Sky, good morning. And James asks if I will release white smoke. Not sure that is something I can do. I'll see what I can do. I'm not promising anything. We have two airplanes visible on the glide slope. KLM flight 1402 is on the right. That's arriving from Paris. And on the left, an A320neo from EasyJet arriving from Gatwick. Hey there, stranger. Good morning. If all is well, number 3 should be Delta Airlines, which should be flying base somewhere a bit further to the right and lower to where the airplanes are in the sky right now. I'm already looking over the camera to see if I am maybe able to see it already. Should be in the background if it is visible near the houses and whatnot. Don't think I can see it just yet. We should see it soon enough though. Good morning, stranger. Good morning, Roy. And good morning to all others who have joined in the meantime. Stephen, good morning. So, if all is well, 3 747s within 15 minutes of one another. And the A380 now with an ETA before 1 o'clock. That means it is a candidate for 06, the runway we are standing next to. Emirates A380 still has an ETA of 12:54. Cargo Lux expected 12:07. 12:08 is for the other Cargo Lux and Saudia 12:08. So now within 2 minutes of one another, 3 747s are expected. And the Emirates A380 is also still expected before 1 o'clock. There's only one runway open by then for arrivals, and that should be this runway. EasyJet arriving from London Gatwick, A320neo. Jessica, goedemorgen. Paul, good morning. Welcome to the show, everybody. Next up should be Delta Airlines Flight 56 arriving from Salt Lake City. First widebody of the show. There it is. Just about visible. Behind it should be an SAS A320neo arriving from Stockholm. Hadi Roy, goedemorgen. Delta Airlines Flight 56 arriving from Salt Lake City is an A330neo. November 401 Delta Zulu. 6 years old and began flying in May 2019. Flight time 9 hours and 6 minutes as it stands. At its 8 to 9 o'clock to the left, you can see the glistening of SAS flight 1553. That's an A320neo arriving from Stockholm. And after that, but at a bit further distance away, should be KLM flight 1570, arriving from Porto in Portugal. That's a 737-900. In the meantime, the KLM 777 arriving from Johannesburg is also flying towards the Rotterdam, The Hague area. Shouldn't be too long before it arrives. Turkish has also arrived in Dutch airspace, flying a little east of Harderwijk. So yeah, slowly but surely, they're coming. Big machines. Bam! Nice landing. Nippon Cargo and 2 Chinese 777s are being loaded and unloaded. We already saw a KLM 747 taxiing out. If I recall correctly, there was another one expected to leave later in the morning. Hey there, Jacqueline. Good morning. W, good morning. Mr. Master, good morning, sir. This is SAS flight 1553 arriving from Stockholm. A320neo. 1 hour and 31 minutes on the way. 2 years old. I see you. Two-year-old airplane, first flight January 2023. Hadimat, goedemorgen. Frans, goedemorgen. And bon appetit, Rick. For those of you joining us later, welcome to the show. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're standing at the Kaagbaan. The sun is starting to shine a bit more. We had some cloudiness over the country. Should blow away later in the day. The ducks are there. The grebes are too. More duckies in the water over there even. And 3 747s expected around noon, within 15 minutes of one another. Absolutely crazy. Should be a beautiful stream. The A380 is expected right now with an ETA before 1 o'clock. Another potential candidate for runway 06. This is KLM flight 1570 arriving from Porto in Portugal. 737-900, 2 hours and 9 minutes on the way. Oh, bounce, bounce. 23-year-old specimen already. Started flying in the month of 9/11, September 2001. Pretty old if you look at it like that. The record case, good morning. Joost, goedemorgen. And life is so-so. Going up with ups and downs as it always is, Rick. Dreamliner on the move. Rohan, goedemorgen. Good morning. Patrick, goedemorgen. Han, goedemorgen. And now we have to wait a bit. Next airplane to arrive is looking to become KLM flight 592 to Johannesburg, from Johannesburg, South Africa. Let me show you guys, for those of you who joined us later, what we can expect for now. So there are 747s on the way. This one is out of the scope for today's show. It's expected just a couple of minutes to 3, but these are all well in the scope of the stream. With an ETA of 10:12 is Cargolux arriving from Miami, Florida. We have Cargolux arriving from Nairobi, Kenya with an ETA of 12:08. And similar ETA for the cargo, the Saudi cargo arriving from Jeddah. So that's 3 747s within 2 minutes expected to land here. At a moment where only one runway will be open for arrivals, and that ordinarily should be runway 06. The same can be said for the Emirates A380, which still has a firm ETA of a couple of minutes before 1 o'clock. That's good news. Let's also have a look at the METAR. What has changed? Temperature has climbed 1 degree. It's now 13 degrees. The wind is still from the north, more or less 12 knots. And the ceiling is gone, so it's opening up. We had a ceiling at 2,200 feet initially. Now we have few clouds at 1,800 and scattered at 2,400. It means things are actually opening up, and I can feel that because the sun is shining on my face a little bit. Let me quickly update the METAR in the ticker, and then it is back to the camera controls. So yeah, if you don't have to be anywhere, stick around. If you can only join us temporarily, make sure to come back between 12 and 12:15, because 3 747s probably landing here. That is something that you don't see every day. So yeah, the ducks, they're sleeping in as we have come to know them. Night owls like to sleep in. The grebes that we saw in the water, I think, have swum a little bit further to the left. Now behind the reeds, blocked from our view. It's also cozy and crowded over there. More ducks. No coots to be seen, at least thus far. Yeah, no ducks, no coots thus far. They're also doing stuff here in the land. Last time I was here a week ago, I think they were metering and measuring, and now they are excavating, seemingly. Not exactly sure what they're doing there, but there's always something going on around Schiphol Airport. Today is no exception. In the meantime, the heavy hitters are arriving, and that is good news. Rick says, this week I realized that I am becoming an old guy. I was able to tell what I was doing when the fireworks disasters happened in Enschede in 2000, while others don't and weren't even born yet then. Well, I also have to think hard about what I did when the firework disaster took place. I do remember what happened where I was at during 9/11, but that's it. Leon, goedemorgen. Dirkie, goedemorgen. Klaus, good morning. Michael, good morning. Lars, goedemorgen. Leroy, good morning. Klaartje, goedemorgen. Peter, good morning. So this is KLM flight 592. It is a 777-300 arriving from Johannesburg, South About to touch down after 10 hours and 38 minutes of flight. The PHBVK. Bravo Victor Kilo. 12-year-old airplane, first flight March 2013. More heavy hitters are coming. Hey, could that be a coot? The contour of a bird vaguely visible, and if I can lean my head a little bit to the left and I can see more of it. It does look like a coot, but the camera is fixated on the tripod, so you cannot move so that you can see more of the area of the bird. In the meantime, a warm welcome to all who have joined. Jero, good morning. DB Baseman, good morning. Air Canada Flight 900 is arriving from Montreal. Next to arrive here. 7878 Dreamliner. And turning in is Qatar Cargo Flight 8917 arriving from Panama City. Our bank robber, here to get our money. Air Canada, Flight 900. It's a 7878 Dreamliner. Left from Montreal 6 hours and 24 minutes ago. The airplane is 11 years old. Its first flight was in April 2014. See the Captain Jerry Donnelly is also back in the chat. What up, you Jerome? Hope all is well. Reversers being applied. That's quite clearly audible. Also a warm welcome to Marissa and congratulations. Marissa is celebrating 25 months of membership. Good morning, 25 months and counting, she writes. Marissa, goedemorgen. Thank you so much for all the support as a member and as a moderator. Hope you still like being both. 25 months and counting. How time does fly, doesn't it? Just like the airplanes here at Schiphol Airport. Thank you so much for your continued support. Congratulations. And if either of the two mods or member is no longer to your liking, let me know. Let me see what I can do to fix it then. Marissa, thank you so much for the support. Good morning and congratulations. Stranger asks, when is the last time you spotted a passenger 747 here at AMS? Well, we spot passenger 747s from Lufthansa passing overhead on a regular basis, so I think a week ago maybe? The Mobile Citation now on the glide slope 236 right. It's probably going to make a breakaway landing on runway 04, so I'm going to see once it gets closer by if I can film it. Hopefully it arrives between the Qatar Triple and the next airplane after that, the Turkish A330. This is the wrong label. This is the right label. Qatar Cargo, Flight 8917. 777 freighter. Arriving from Panama City. That was a lot of tire smoke. Landing after 9 hours and 31 minutes on the way. New airplane, first flight December 2023. Now, let's see, is the mobile already visible? Can I see it? I do. I am able to see it. There it is. Privately owned Mobile Cessna Citation CJ4, arriving from Wilhelmshaven. Where it left from 31 minutes ago. The airplane is 12 years old. First flight somewhere in 2013. Is it going to make a breakaway landing to runway 04? I think it will, but let's see. In the meantime, a very good morning to all who have joined. Dion, Adri, Maria, bon dia. Wolfgang, guten Morgen, Servus mate. Breakaway landing, question mark? Looks like it's going to land on runway 36 right after all. Means we aren't going to be able to see it until it is over there. In the meantime, we are also awaiting Turkish flight 1951 from Istanbul. Here it is, A330 300. 3 hours and 7 minutes on the way. That's the nominal flight duration for Istanbul Amsterdam. Registration TCLNE Lima November Echo. 9 years old, first flight March 2016. Boom. Nice. The guitar triple, in the meantime, giving us a long distance headshot. Hey there, Sheila, good morning. Buffon Fair, good morning. So it did still break away. Okay, last minute then. We have a ducky get-together over here. Actually, quite a few of them. Quacking loudly. Not sure if the mic picks it up. Daisy still likes to sleep in. If you join us only later, welcome to the show. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're standing at the Kaagbaan runway 06, primary runway for arrivals. And what else is in store? I'll tell you what, 3 747s and an A380. The A380 is still expected before 1 o'clock. Makes it a candidate for this runway. Cargolux arriving from Miami, 12:12 the ETA. Saudia, 12:08. And 12:08 also for Cargolux Italia, arriving from Nairobi, Kenya. That means 3 747s expected within 10 minutes of one another, and all arriving at a time where only one runway is open for arrivals. And you know what runway that is going to be? You're damn right, this runway. In the meantime, wind is blowing from the north. For the airplanes landing on this runway, runway 06, it means that there is crosswind from the left. Wind is 12 knots. We began the day with more cloudiness. It's opening up. That's also what was expected for today. We don't have a ceiling anymore. It is 13 degrees Celsius. That's roughly 56 degrees Fahrenheit. So yeah, If you don't have to be anywhere, stick around. If you can only join us temporarily, make sure you join us between 12 and 12:15, because then power hour. Big Ben, Servus, and Maria, thank you for your kind words. German Monster, good morning. The next airplane is right there. That is KLM flight 636 arriving from Las Vegas. It's a 777-200 9 hours and 35 minutes on the way. The PHBQI, Bravo Quebec, India. 20 years old, first flight November 2004. KLM Asia. What else is in the pipeline? KLM flight 1772 arriving from Berlin. Croatia Airlines flight 450 arriving from Zagreb is a Bombardier C series. So this is KLM flight 636 arriving from Las Vegas. Captain Jerry is going, not feeling well. Thanks for stopping by there, Captain Jerry. All the best then. Right, crackling sound. Not sure where that is coming from. Over here also nothing seems to be wrong with any connections. DJI mic seems to be working normally here. DJI mic gone. How is that possible? That is strange because it is right. Interesting. Are you guys hearing me? How's the audio? How's the audio now? Now it's back. Is it good or is it bad? Now it's working. Okay. Maybe one of the connections wasn't fully inserted, I'm not sure. Now I need to reset my live chat. That seems to be stuck. Right, so I'm reloading the chat window because it froze again and I wasn't able to get it back on the bottom. Alright, things should be good again. Let's see, we're just in time for the next airplane, which is Croatia Airlines flight 450 arriving from Zagreb, a Bombardier C series. Bombardier C series 300, aka A220, left Zagreb 1 hour and 45 minutes ago. Brand new airplane, first flight July 2024. Liewe also back in the chat, goedemorgen. Silkenader, goedemorgen. Veldy, good morning. Richard, goedemorgen. So yeah, in case you guys join us later, welcome to the show. We should be expecting 3 747s within 10 minutes from one another, landing all three on this runway, all between 12 and 12:15, and as it stands, last time we checked, the ETA of the Emirates A380 was also before 1 o'clock. And that is good news because that means it is also going to land on this runway if all is well. On paper, of course, nothing is ever certain here at Schiphol Airport. Gear turbofan whistle. You also hear that with the E2 Embraer 195. Hadi Martinair, goedemorgen. Martien, goedemorgen. Tip of the wing, good morning. Aviation Dallas, good morning. Vasra Darshine, good morning. Nippon Cargo 7478, it landed early in the morning. Me myself says lots of correction on short final today. That is because we are suffering from a bit of wind today. Crosswind from the left for the airplane's landing. The wind is from the north, so there is crosswind. Means they have to do something. Unfortunately, wind is from the north and not from the east, because otherwise we would have had crabbing airplanes in our direction. The airplanes are crabbing, but they are crabbing away from us now. This is KLM flight 741 arriving from Cartagena in Colombia. 787-10 Dreamliner, 8 hours and 57 minutes on the way. Rick is signing off. See you later, Rick. The ducks are taking a bath. Gary Grebe is swimming there, thinking like, what are they doing? Alright, we have another airplane coming in. That's BA Flight 430, arrival from London Heathrow. Behind it should be KLM Flight 1930, arrival from Geneva, an Embraer 190. Air France is also coming in with a Bombardier C-Series after that. Although I'm not seeing it yet. Gertin, goedemorgen. Another Delta A330 is approaching, is flying base right now. I'm wondering if I can see it already. I'm looking to see if I can spot it. The answer is no. It's a bit hard to see airplanes in the distance. As you can see, it is also a bit hazy. Makes it a bit harder to see further away. Also, a Lufty CRJ arrival from Munich is flying now in the vicinity of Weesp. Coming this way. And I am using software Jetstream Journeys. This is BA Flight 430 arrival from London Heathrow, an A320. 41 minutes on the way. Good morning, firefighter. Good morning, Siegfried. Ramon says that a Boeing river joint is passing overhead pretty soon. From where to where? Where's it coming from? Will it pass north of me, south of me? I need more specific details if you want me to catch those airplanes, or at least give it a go. Not sure that we can, mind you. There are still a lot of clouds over here in the sky, overhead. This is KLM Flight 1930, arrival from Geneva, Embraer 190. Vassar Darshine asks about the poll. I completely forgot. I realized not too long ago while streaming here this morning that I forgot to check the polls. Last time I checked, the firefighters were winning in one poll and Lufty was in the other poll with quite substantial margins in each poll. So it looks like these will be the winners that will fight it out. I already told myself earlier in the stream that I need to remind myself to open up the third round poll later today when I come back home from streaming. But looks like it'll be the firefighters against Lufty. Hadi Ronald, goedemorgen. North passing over Beverwijk. Well, there is a contrail that I see right there. Wonder if that is it. No, that's a 747. Okay, boring. But I am struggling to see any other contrails in the northern sky right now. You can see there's still big clouds blocking view from a big chunk of the northern sky. The 747 is the only contrail that I see in the northern sky right now, but that's flying closer by. Lufty. Time for another Bombardier C-Series 300. This is Air France, flight 1444, arriving from Paris. Voiceover audio still good? Mario, guten Morgen. Artie, good morning. Audio still good? Cool. Think that the 3.5mm jack wasn't inserted properly in the receiver. If it only protrudes like 0.5mm, you can already get that static every now and then. So if all is well, it should be clear again, and if all is well, it shouldn't come back because I basically am leaving the receiver alone all throughout the stream. There, Dragon53 asks, where have you been? I have waited all days. Well, I still have a day job. You guys need to support the channel more, promote it more so that I can live off this shit and do this full time. Then I can stream on all days of the week. Still have a day job, my friend. Mortgage to pay. Food to eat, food to buy, and the YouTube gig is not yet paying enough to do all that full time, unfortunately. This was Delta Airlines Flight 74, arriving from Atlanta, Georgia, A330-300. Reversing. Eight hours and 35 minutes it has taken to get here. The November 817 November Whiskey, 18 years old, first flight, April 2007. You're right, RT, you don't need to eat every day. That is absolutely right. In the meantime, Gary Grebe is over here, still swimming around. He's at the crossroads. Do I go to the right or am I going straight ahead? Five Ferraris. One will do, Wolfgang, one will do. This is KLM Flight 1352, arriving from Prague in the Czech Republic. Embraer 175. Lufty Flight 988, arriving from Frankfurt after that. And then another 777-300 arriving from Cape Town, South Africa. Happy to hear. Thanks for the feedback, Willem. Hadi Angelina, goedemorgen, good morning. George T, good morning. And Willem, good morning. You guys are watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're standing at the Kaagbaan, where slowly but surely the clouds are dissolving. We started the day with cloudiness, and from the north, more open skies are blowing in. This is looking to the west. This is looking to the north. This is now looking to the east. Interestingly, earlier in the stream, it was looking most cloudy looking to the east, and this is looking to the south. Things are opening up, means that the sun is also going to shine through the clouds more regularly in the upcoming time. Next airplane coming in, Lufty Flight 988, arriving from Frankfurt. But before that, a warm welcome to the Red Dragon 53, who has become our latest Aurora Sky Lounge member. The Red Dragon, thank you so much for your support, for your vote of confidence. Welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge, where you now have access to 32 custom emojis. Use them however you see fit. Spamming is not allowed, but using custom emojis to your heart's desire is very much promoted. German registered Lufthansa A320 in the Star Alliance livery. And for those of you joining us later and who haven't had a look yet on Flight Radar, there's actually an interesting rush hour in store for us today. Quick look on Flight Radar will tell us that there are 3 747s on the way. One arriving from Miami with an ETA of 12:14. An ETA of 12:03 for Cogalux coming in from Nairobi. Saudia 12:05, so that's within 15 minutes of one another. And the Emirates A380 still an ETA before 1 o'clock. That's good news. Means that these airplanes are candidates for the Kaagbaan, the runway we are standing next to arrive on. And this is KLM flight 598. 777-300 arriving from Cape Town South and landing here after 10 hours and 32 minutes of flight. Amelie, goedemorgen. Edwin, goedemorgen. Elwa, goedemorgen. Paul, goedemorgen. Jan, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, everybody. Things are opening up for the first time. Big chunk of blue sky around the sun. Nice to see. This is looking to the south. This is looking to the east. This is looking to the north. And now things look most cloudy in the west. Next two airplanes arriving are a CRJ arriving from Munich, Lufty, and an Embraer 190 BA arriving from London City. Willem says, I think they're gonna switch runways. Is that so? The Red Dragon says it's super cloudy in Enschede. I thought I saw on the satellite footage this morning that the more open skies were to drift in from the north. But apparently that's not the case. Over here, looking to the east though, it is the most blue sky. Things look most cloudy to the west. Interesting. Over here we have a Lufty CRJ arriving from Munich, where it left from 1 hour and 17 minutes ago. Hadi Tom, goedemorgen. Hadi Sophie, goedemorgen. AVS Bos, good morning. And thank you for the kind words. AVS Boss says in Dutch, for the first time on this channel, very fun. Subscribed immediately. Thank you for the vote of confidence. If you are enjoying the stream and you haven't already, consider leaving a like and subscribe if you haven't already. It's a free and easy way to promote the channel to new viewers who might also enjoy the content but who haven't heard of AMS Live yet. We're still a relatively small channel and there are a lot of potential viewers to be reached, and your likes and subscriptions help to spread the content and promote it to new viewers who are also into live aviation streams. BA is now coming next, and after that we are going to see another heavy hitter which is arriving from Canada, Air Canada flight 808. Before that, BA flight 8451 arriving from London City. This airplane left from London 40 minutes ago. It's an Embraer 190 long range. 13 years old. First flight January 2012. Howdy Ton, goedemorgen. Danny, goedemorgen. Right. Gary Grebe over here. Diving under as soon as he sees the camera. Typical Grebe, camera shy. Likes to operate in the background. This is Air Canada Flight 808 arriving from Toronto, Canada. 6 hours and 58 minutes on the way. 10-year-old airplane, first flight July 2014. Yeah, and in an hour and 20 minutes the power hour is beginning. Between noon and 1. If all is well, 3 747s. Plus the A380. Looks like they're all going to land on this runway, unless they're of course changing the runways. Janos, good morning. Wolfgang says lately the 100 years livery A350 landed at Amsterdam but later in the evening, so then we couldn't get that. The 100 years A350? The 100 years A350. I'm not sure I know about which airplane you're now talking. Airplane in the background turning in is KLM flight 980 arriving from London City. And here in the foreground we have Tarom. Tarom flight 361 arriving from Bucharest. 737-800. Delta. 100 years. Delta 100 years A350? Okay, not sure that I have seen that before. This is Tarom flight 361 arriving from Bucharest. 2 hours and 42 minutes on the way. 12-year-old airplane, first flight March 2013. Adi René, goedemorgen. Carol Ann, good morning. Fatbike Dutch, good morning. And is the Delta Airlines 100 years coming this way then, today? Is it going to land in the scope of the stream? Right, next up, KLM flight 980 arriving from London City. That's an Embraer 190. After that, we are going to see a KLM 737-800 arriving from Copenhagen. So let's see. KLM flight 980 is arriving from London City. Embraer 190. 40 minutes the flight time. Nominal flight duration. The airplane 11 years old. First flight January 2014. And nicely illuminated by the sun that is now shining again over here. Even though the backdrop looks cloudy. Hello there, Aurora, who is saying hi after being a long-time lurker here. Welcome to the chat. Nice of you to say hi, Aurora. Don't be afraid to say hi in the chat like Aurora just now did, whether you are new to the channel or a long-time lurker. It's not mandatory, but it is always appreciated. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Many people are watching. They can be nice. Some of them are knowledgeable, some aren't. You can always get a funny answer if you want them to. So challenge the audience, feel free to do so. This is KLM flight 1268 arriving from Copenhagen, a 737-800. Flight time 57 minutes, that's par for the course. Copenhagen is around an hour flight away. Thijs, goedemorgen. Aurora asks about Queens. There are 3 to be precise underway. Let's have a quick look. For those of you who joined us later, we have a nice show in store with 3 747s and an A380. The A380 is making up time. Its ETA was 12:54 for a long time, now 12:52. Makes it a candidate for this runway with a higher degree of certainty. Now with an ETA of 12:22 is Cargo Lux arriving from Miami, Florida, coming to this runway. 12:08, the ETA of Saudia Cargo arriving from Jeddah, and 12:05 is the ETA of Cargo Lux Italia arriving from Nairobi in Kenya. These 4 Quad Squad members are all expected between 12 and 1, and that is a time where only 1 runway is open for arrivals. That means that the airplanes are landing on the runway we are standing next to, more likely than not. Obviously, we still have to see if it is going to happen, but for the time being, it looks like this is going to be happening. Now, if you guys have been enjoying the show so far, you have to already consider leaving a like if you want to help spread this channel's content to more viewers who are also into live aviation streams like you guys are, but who might not have heard of the channel yet. This is KM Malta arriving from Malta, an A320neo. And after that, Air Arabia Morocco arriving from Nador in Morocco. I also see ITA Airways flight 120 coming this way. Bombardier C-Series 100. Beautiful. Beautiful machine, beautiful livery. Sunny weather. Bob is also back, tuning in from Sydney. Good evening, mate. Erjan, goedemorgen. Rob, goedemorgen. Johnny, goedemorgen. Hey there, Lance, good morning. So yeah, looking to the north, this is what it currently looks like. Looking to the west, things look like so. The east now has the most open sky here, although there are clouds visible at the horizon, so further east does look to be more cloudy. But right now over here everything is blue and open. Rather nice. There is still wind on the scale of flag. Things currently look like so. Crosswind from the left for the airplanes landing here. The wind is blowing from the north. The airplanes are landing to the northeast. Means that there's crosswind from the left and the airplanes are crabbing away from us. Air Arabia Morocco arriving from Nador in Morocco. Morocco is in the north of It's an A320, 2 hours and 41 minutes on the way, 10-year-old airplane, first flight June 2014. And after this arrival, we are going to see an E2 Embraer 195 KLM flight 1918 arriving from Zurich. Good morning, Heido. Good morning, Noah Flights. Peter Alding, good morning, mate. Peter PDK, good morning, mate. And we have sighted our first coot of the day. Chrissy Coot over here. So the whole pack is back together again here. We have the coots, the grebes, the ducks. Although right now, looking in the water around me, just Chris Coot just now was visible here. The rest have gone. But we did see them earlier in the stream. We know that they're here. So yeah. Bit of cirrus clouds and more cloudiness to the western horizon. Ablaze Cannon, good morning. Jeff, good morning, mate. Welcome to the show, everybody. KLM flight 1918 E2 Embraer 195 arriving from Zurich, next airplane to land. And in the meantime, Janos just now went ahead and gifted 5 memberships. Janos, mate, thank you so much for your generosity. Welcome to the Sky Lounge, new members. If you are one of the recipients of Janos' gifted memberships just now, don't forget to say thank you to Janos and enjoy the custom emojis that you now have at your disposal. 32 of them. Janos, mate, thank you so much for your generosity. And welcome to the Sky Lounge new members. Hey there, QJ, good morning. Oh, hey, nice. Coast Guard -8 100. And that is on the glide slope to runway 04. Yeah, and it's gone. Reversers being applied there by the landing KLM A321neo. Hey there, Martin, good morning. Not fully recovered yet, I am still a bit snotty, but at least I don't have to resort to using nasal spray any longer. The coughing has also subsided seriously, so feeling well and up and running again. Although I do notice, and I also noticed it yesterday during my other work, that if I need to talk a lot, I still need to blow my nose a bit more regularly than normally would have been the case. But other than that, feeling perfectly fine. Thanks for asking, mate. This is KLM flight 1850 on the right, coming in next. It's number 190, arriving from Munich. Flight time 1 hour 14 minutes. The PHEXY Faxi. 7-year-old airplane, first flight February 2018. After this, we are going to see ITA Airways flight 120 arriving from Milan. The beautiful Bombardier C Series 100. Another geared turbofan whistle when it passes by. Only the remnants can be seen of Gary Grebe and his mate diving under. Thought, let me show them to you guys, but already both of them dove under. Anyway, Bombardier C Series 100 next. ITA Airways flight 120 arriving from Milan, 1 hour and 34 minutes on the way. Brand new airplane, turned 1. No, wait. It only began to fly March this year, so it's only a couple of months old. Italian registered though, not Irish, exception to the rule. What a gorgeous machine. Beautiful shade of blue, beautiful aircraft design, beautifully illuminated by the sun. I'm also hearing something passing by overhead. That is now to the north of me. Twin jet contrail. But with the sun now behind me, we should be able to see quite well what it is. Lufty? It sure looks like Lufty. Transavia flight 5466 arriving from Verona in Italia. And then another airplane arriving from Italy, namely ITA flight 108 arriving from Rome. There you go, Lufty A330 to Austin. Next up, the second ITA of the show, ITA Airways flight 108 arriving from Rome, an A321neo. There it is. Irish registered EIHXE Hotel X-Ray Echo. The airplane just turned 1 last month in April. Flight time 2 hours and 5 minutes. And after this, it is an E2 Embraer 195 arriving from Brussels. And after that, the Bombardier C Series from Bulgaria arriving from Sofia. I also see a Transavia 737-800 arriving from Ljubljana, now on the glide slope to 36 right, so converging arrivals are about to commence. It is almost 11 a.m. and from 11 until 11:40 we usually see those converging arrivals when wind is blowing from the north. Intricate details on the livery. Hard to see even with good lighting. Nippon Cargo over here. 7478 still being unloaded or loaded. Wind on the scale flag looks like this. The airplanes are fighting crosswind from the left, and that means they are crabbing away from us. That's always a bit less obvious than when the airplanes are crabbing towards the camera. This is an E2 Embraer 195 KLM flight 1704 arriving from Brussels. A short 24-minute flight on an E2 Embraer 195 that is already 4 years old. First flight was in March 2021. Zoomed into the wrong shed. There it is. Bulgaria arriving from Sofia. In the meantime, I'm curious to see what the wind has been doing. We had 12 knots of wind. It is now 10 knots of wind, and the wind is turned a little bit further to the northeast. Means that there is still a bit of crosswind from the left, but not as much anymore, although there is a wide variety between the directionality of the wind. Temperature has climbed to 13 degrees Celsius, and we still don't have a ceiling. That's good news, means that we can see ever better here. Here we have a Bombardier C-Series 300 Bulgaria arriving from Sofia in Bulgaria. 2 hours and 38 minutes on the way. The LZ ROM, that's Romeo Oscar Mike. The airplane is a year old, first flight June 2023. It's like an E2 Embraer 195. And Mario says that we have 250 plus likes. Thank you all so much for that. Happy to see that you guys are enjoying the stream, even though it is still a Thursday. Now, if you are enjoying the stream, you have to already consider leaving a like if you want to help the channel, promote the channel's content for free. So liking and subscribing is an easy and free way to do so. Helps to promote this channel's content to viewers who, like yourself, once stumbled upon a thumbnail and clicked on it and then thought, oh, this is not too bad, let's stick around a bit longer. Gary Grebe is also sticking around above water a bit longer, and that means we can film him. His mate is also coming. Underwater attack, be careful. Your mate is going to pop up right next to you sometime soon. Or will he? Yeah. There he is. Surprise attack. But Gary Grebe was prepared. This is an EasyJet A319 arriving from Birmingham. Ari also back in the chat. Ohayo gozaimasu. (7478) Nippon Cargo. Let's see where these other 747s that we are expecting are at. So flying in the south of Germany already is the one arriving from Nairobi. Still in Austrian airspace in the vicinity of Wolfgang is Saudia. Well, not very. If you look to the west, you can see them probably, Wolfgang, if you have clear weather. ETA 1212, ETA 1212 for the two 747s arriving from the east, and 1224 is now the ETA for the Cargolux arriving from Nairobi. That's still 12 minutes from one another, and now the ETA of the Emirates A380 has become 1254 once again. Means that the airplanes are still all expected to land here on the runway we are standing next to. EasyJet arriving from Perth-Chester, A320neo. Robin, good morning. And welcome to the show, all others who have joined in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live, my name is Boy. And between 12 and 1 o'clock, we are going to see 3 747s and the A380. And most likely they are going to land all on the runway we are standing next to, the Kaagbaan. Right now, converging arrivals are in progress. That's usually the case between 11 and 11:40. 2 runways open for arrivals. And when wind is blowing from the north to northeast like it is today, 06 is the primary runway for arrivals and 36 right is the secondary runway. Netherlands Aviation Alliance, good morning. Brody, good morning. Good to see you again, mate. This is Air Arabia Morocco arriving from Tangier. 2 hours and 47 minutes on the way. The airplane, 13 years old, first flight May 2012. Hey there, Jill Bima. And all the others who might have joined us in the meantime. Well, what a difference with this morning. Looking to the north, this is what the sky now looks like. Mostly blue. Looking to the east, this is what it looks like. Looking to the south, things look like so. Interestingly, the west, which normally is the most open, is now the most cloudy. Ducks are loudly quacking. Well, was that Daisy being assaulted by Donald? Not sure what goes on over there, but the quackers are loud. Next airplane coming this way on Kaagbaan is KLM flight 1042, an E2 Embraer 195 arriving from Birmingham. Wing of the tip of the wing TV asks if I missed the old Kaagbaan spotters place. Well, yes and no. Of course, it was a good spot and it was closer to the main platform area, so you had more to see. On the other hand, no, because this is also a very good substitute, although it isn't an official spotters plaats. So traffic to and from Kaagbaan can be filmed quite well from this location. So in that respect, we do have a spotters plaats for the Kaagbaan. And that obviously softens the loss of the official spotters plaats that used to be here. But yeah, the official spotters plaats that Kaagbaan used to have was a bit more that way, if I recall correctly. I think where these buildings are at is where the Spottersplatz would have been, approximately. And of course it means that you have a bigger overview of what goes on over there on the main platform area. In that respect you are a bit more secluded over here, but then again, yeah, this is also a good spot. As long as people don't get chased away from here when filming here, I'm also okay with standing here. Jeff asks about Splishy Splashy. Well, that doesn't seem to be taking place right here in this canal. At least the Splishy and Splashy that we see and hear today have been from aquatic birds and not from fish. Iberia Express is next to arrive here, arriving from Madrid. A320, 1 hour and 58 minutes on the way. The EC ILS is on the ILS to runway 06, coming this way, 22 years old, first flight July 2002. Let's see, it is still wide bodies for the time. Oh, narrow bodies for the time being to both runways. Although there is a Dreamliner now arriving from New York that is looking to become 4th for arrival here. As Marissa also wrote down, yeah. ILS is on the ILS. And that of course is ILS Inception. Wow. Gorgeous blue sky here, particularly to the east. Some cirrus clouds. Russell Crowe passing by. A little isolated cumulus cloud. Nimbocumulo. What? All alone. Although there is a bigger friend over there. Also all alone. Yeah, no, looking to the north. This is what it currently looks like. This is northwest. This is looking to the west. Northeast, east, southeast, south. And 3 contrails flying more or less parallel to one another. Also something that you don't see every day. Right. KLM Embraer 175. And ladies and gentlemen, members, dust off that red emoji. It is that time again. Hey there, Aman. And indeed, Thibaut, make the chat bleed. Play is coming. Arriving from Reykjavik in Iceland. Here it is. Next airplane, flight 460, A320neo. 2 hours and 48 minutes on the way. The TFPPE, Papa Papa Echo. Papa Papa Echo is 2 years old. First flight was in October 2022. Evan is also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Miss you there. Hope all is well, mate. Right, in the meantime, the second KLM 747 cargo is being pushed back there. Long distance headshot of Queenie number 2. And that is a good question, stranger. Are people who work for Play called players? I think they are. I would call myself a player if I was to work for Play. Most certainly, I would call myself a player. Hey there, Stacy. Good to see you again. Danny, goedemorgen. Next up, KLM flight 644. 7879 Dreamliner arriving from New York. JFK. The PHBHA. 6 hours and 42 minutes on the way. 9-year-old airplane, first flight October 2015. Bam! Gone is the flex. Hey there, Jonah Aviation. Good morning. Evan still can't believe that he is an official crib now. Now you need to do a sea walk for us. If only we were able to film that. That would be great. Now, this is not the only 747 that we are going to see in today's show, folks. Have a look at this. We have 3 747s coming in. 1 from Miami, 1 from Nairobi, and 1 from Jeddah. 1 arriving from Nairobi is expected in an hour and 10 minutes from now. Cargolux arriving from Nairobi in Kenya is expected at 12:14 and 12:12, 2 minutes prior, which is interesting because it is flying further back. So I'm not sure that this works out in practice, but Saudia allegedly 2 minutes ahead of the airplane that it is flying behind. Either way, these 3 are all landing on the Kaagbaan if all is well. And the same now also with a relatively high degree of certainty can be said of the Emirates A380. Unless it massively delays in the meantime, which I'm pretty sure it won't. High likelihood of it also landing on runway 06. Why? Because between 12 and 1 p.m. only one runway is open for arrivals, normally speaking. So unless something unforeseen happens, we should see 4 quad squad members here on the Kaagbaan today in today's show. This is the second 747 from KLM Cargo, which is about to taxi out. Gary Grebe also here. And we have number 175 arriving from Bologna. The Queen is on the move. She'll need to traverse runway 06, the active runway for arrivals, at some point. The question always is, when will that be? There's a good chance it might pop in between the next airplane and the airplane after that, because on Flight Radar it looks like there is a somewhat of a gap. KLM 737-800 arriving from Glasgow now behind me. The next airplane to land here. Hey there, Brian. Good morning. Good to see you again. And indeed, 4 quad squad arrivals, and if all is well, they should land on the runway we are standing closest by to. That would be a treat, wouldn't it? Good beginning of the weekend. Mind the gap, indeed, Wolfgang. Maria indicating that we have 300 plus likes. Thank you all so much for that. If you want to help promote the channel and its content for free, liking and subscribing is an easy and free way to do so. It helps to promote the channel's content to new viewers who, like you guys, are interested in aviation live streams but who haven't heard of the channel yet. Yeah, the Queen is lining up for the taxiway, crossing the runway. And looking at where the next airplane is, I think she'll go ahead and continue. Yeah. There you go. Queenie is taking She's taxiing across runway 06. She'll probably be leaving via the Polderbaan, right? All is well. Now the only runway open for departures, or has center already opened up? I'm not seeing any airplanes coming to 36 right any longer. Might mean that they already closed 36 right and might have already opened 36 center again for departures. What runway will Her Majesty take off from? If she takes off from Polderbaan, 36 left, and she'll cross via, or she'll traverse the center runway via the southern threshold, we might still see it briefly. German Airways BA hybrid livery, blue bottom, blue engine casings. This airplane used to belong to BA. And they couldn't be bothered to repaint the bottom of the airplane. Assigned to 36 left, so... But unfortunately I also see that KLM flight 1216 is now on the glide slope to 36 right, so we still have two runways open. That means that center is closed. Queenie probably will cross the runway further to the north then and will not have to go around the southern threshold. Right, time for another widebody, Delta Airlines flight 162, arriving from Minneapolis, Minnesota. Here she is. Flight time 8 hours and 3 minutes. Registration November 818, November Whiskey. This airplane is 17 years old. First flight was in July 2007. Fatback Dutch says, try to say 9 without sounding German. I'll have a go at that. 9. Right, so the 747 will not traverse the runway over here via the southern threshold. It will just cross over the runway further to the north. That's okay. Daisy is having a bath. Daisy is having a bath. second JetBlue of the show is coming. We already saw the one arriving from New York JFK. Now the one from Boston is coming. Next to land here on runway 06. There it is, JetBlue flight 631 arriving from Boston, Massachusetts, an A321neo. Embraer 175 from KLM will follow after that, a bit further back. And third to arrive looks to become an A330-200 from KLM arriving from Toronto. Hey there, Grocer Piska. Lux bro, good evening. Jetstream Journeys unfortunately has to go. Don't forget to watch the rewind of today's show, because between 12 and 1, 4 Quad Squad members are likely going to land on the runway over here. So welcome to the show, folks. If you joined us only later, welcome. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy and we are standing here at sunny Schiphol Airport. We began the stream with more clouds. It is opening up. It is warming up as well, luckily. Runway 06 is the primary runway for arrivals today, with wind blowing from the north to northeast. Converging arrivals still take place. 36 right, open, estimated to be until 11:40. And we are expecting 3 747s and an A380 between 12 and 1. And if all is well, they all should land on the runway we are standing right next to. Because if all is well, from 11:40 until 1 o'clock, that is going to be the only runway open for arrivals. Lance says, Boy, go on, try saying DC-9 in a heavy Dutch accent. Douglas DC-9. Memories. Douglas DC-9 is what we would say in Dutch. We have 2 airplanes visible. On the right, KLM Embraer 175 arriving from Barcelona. And on the left, KLM A330-200 arriving from Toronto. Gear is extending on the A330. And you could even see the hatches close again after the gear was deployed. And Marissa says that the KLM 100 years is in a waiting pattern above Flevoland, currently assigned to come to the Kaagbaan. That's interesting. Are they holding only in Flevoland, or also the 2 other holding patterns now in use for traffic? Now it's time for a KLM A330-200 arriving from Toronto. And this is the PH AOF FWAF. There it is. FWAF is an A330-200 flying in from Toronto. Underway now for 7 hours and 8 minutes according to Flight Radar. It's no longer a minor. It turned 18 in November last year. An airplane that is old enough to vote. Hadi Remco, goedemorgen. Eigen Wales Wakesa. Good morning. So converging arrivals are still in progress. 36 right still open for arrivals. Donald just now landed over there. Jerry is over there. More aquatic birds on that part, in that part of the stream. There we go, converging arrivals. That would be Air Oink Oink arriving from Istanbul. Right now we have Transavia arriving from Ibiza on the right. And after that, KLM arriving from Paris. And after that, another KLM arriving from Dublin. Two 737-800s followed by an Embraer 190. John Dodge Canadian also back in the chat. Goedemorgen. Good to have you back, mate. So, if all is well, for those of you joining us later, if all is well, in the upcoming 1.5 hours, we are going to see 4 Quad Squad members. There are 3 747s expected between 12 and 12:30. All 3 expected to land here on this runway. The Emirates A380 today is early, with an ETA still firmly before 1 o'clock. Simple ATC still might pull one on us, to say it politely. But if all is well, it should be going to this runway. One of the Chinese triples has been pushed back and is going to leave pretty soon. The Nippon Cargo now better visible once the triple has taxied away. All remaining cargo airplanes no longer have cargo hatches open, so it wouldn't be surprised if these airplanes are going to leave soon, all of them. Indeed, Leon, Air Oink Oink, Fly PGS, Pegasus, PGS, Fly Pigs, Oink Oink. You can hear the GE90s starting, and Russell in the meantime is sitting over here. Gary Grebe is making a ruckus. Russell has moved position, observing from a different location. Hadi Frank, goedemorgen. Hans-Josef, goedemorgen. Herzlich willkommen. For those of you joining us later, welcome to the show. You're watching AMS Live. Oh, that's cute. They're doing a little dance. Shake your head to left and then to right. And then to left and then to right again. They're drifting along in the water with the current. In the meantime, KLM flight 1136 arriving from Dublin, Ireland has has now touched down. Embraer 190. Another Embraer 190 is coming in next. KLM flight 1070 arriving from Southampton, and after that it is time for a Delta A330. And is that a relocation flight? Because it says Delta Airlines flight 9888. To me that sounds like a flight number of a relocation flight or a training flight or something. It is 11:35 now, and on paper the converging arrivals are about to end pretty soon. Usually until 11:40, 2 runways open for arrivals, and then once again 1 runway. Bertjan is a bit disappointed. He just now missed a Dutch F-16. Where were you that you were able to see one? Howdy Stefan. Stefan asks in Dutch, what do you find more interesting to watch? Departures or arrivals? Well, that's Area 52 sounding the horn as he drove by. There's a bit to say for both. Watching the departures is nice. It also sounds terrific. Watching arrivals is also nice, particularly if we have crosswindy conditions and the airplanes are crabbing a little bit. You might have a chance of go-arounds. So arrivals in that respect are more interesting than departures. Departures sound more violent, and that is also nice. If I have to choose, I would have a small preference to arrivals over departures, just because the continuity of traffic flow is greater. With departures here at Schiphol Airport, you sometimes have moments where you have to wait extended periods of time before another airplane takes off. Reversers being applied there. Transavia flight 6410 is arriving from Naples, and I'm wondering if that is the only airplane that is going to land on 36 right. It does look like it. The KLM 100 years already was assigned to Kaagbaan. You guys were telling me that is the next airplane after the Transavia arrival from the east. So I think Transavia is going to be the last airplane, and from now on we are going to see all inbound traffic once again arrive here at the Kaagbaan. Runway 06, the primary runway for arrivals today. And for those of you joining us later, welcome to the show. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy, and here at the Kaagbaan, which now in a few moments from now is going to become the only runway for arrivals once again, we are going to see 3 747s and the A380 between 12 o'clock and 1 o'clock. So if you don't have to be anywhere, stick around, because we are in for a quad squad finale. It's a pity that the A340 landed very soon, very early in the morning already. Never stood a chance of being able to film it. Of course, that would have made a continuous a full quad squad arrival stream. Ramon says that the Zwanenburgbaan is already in use for departure. So yeah, the imminent closure of Aalsmeerbaan. Hey there, Eversteria, good to see you again. Plenty of ducks that we we're able to see here in the water already. I'm not sure that I can still show you them. Right now I'm only seeing 2 ducks wait, that's 4 I think, to the right of me. On both sides. Yeah, 2 out of view over here and 2 were, yeah, I think over there. Yeah. And the other 2, I think the camera is unable to catch them. Oh wait, there's one of them. Yeah, there they are. 4. But that is it for now. There were more. I suspect there are a few more also in that side canal. James Mail is indicating that the LXVCL is already coming this way. Has been sighted over Somerset on its way to Schiphol Airport. Thanks for the update, mate. Hey there, Bill Vic. Good morning, mate. Agar, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, everybody. Departures from the center runway, and this is Air Europa to Madrid by the looks of it. Yeah. KLM 78710 arriving from Delhi is on the downwind leg, and I think this must be it. Pretty sure that it is. The backlight does not allow us to see the 100 years, but I'm almost certain it is it. And this is the Damwo Embraer 190 from German Airways flying on behalf of KLM, arriving from Aberdeen, interestingly. Flight 912. Wolfgang has to go, mate! You stayed for the boring part, and when it becomes interesting, you unfortunately have to leave. Just like Nippon Cargo is. Nippon Cargo being pushed back here. Leaving soon. Let's have a quick look on Flight Radar, guys. For those of you joining us later, this is what is in store in the upcoming hour. We have Cargolux arriving from Miami, Florida, already sighted over Somerset and coming this way, expected in 50 minutes from now. Cargolux with an ETA of 1212 and Saudia with both an ETA of 1212 now are arriving from the east. And the Emirates A380 is very early today, 10 minutes to 1. So almost certainly it is going to land on this runway. Herpa Derpa Derpa in the meantime arriving here. Going viral with herpes for 75 years. Hadi Charlene, goedemorgen. Good to see you again. Perfect timing. Welcome to the show, one and all. So we started the day with cloudiness and it was actually pretty chilly. Things are warming up and luckily the sun is now shining pretty abundantly. Makes for good lighting. Right now, the Kaagbaan, the runway we are standing next to, runway 06, has become the only runway for arrivals once more. And the power hour is about to begin. Within half an hour from now, 2 747s arriving from Jeddah and Nairobi, Kenya, respectively, are expected. And pretty soon after that, another 747 is arriving from Miami, Florida. The Emirates A380, not long after that. All 4 Quad Squad members expected to land here on the runway we are standing right next to. KLM 737-700. Arriving from Edinburgh. Michael asks, where am I standing? I'm standing in the field right next to the corner of Beach Avenue. The truck that you see over there is driving on Beach Avenue. Now turning to the left towards Kruisweg. And in that corner there's an entrance to a field where you can stand to the southeast of the runway. And yeah, my camcorder has an optical zoom that equates to 600mm full frame. And in addition to that, I can also enable up to 800 times digital zoom, although 400 is more than enough. Paul, goedemorgen. And bro on 70, arriving from Humberside next. That is a Britty hopper. And we now have also K5. And here, confirmation of what I already suspected. It was Alvin who noticed that K1 these days is a brand new Ford Ranger Raptor. K1 used to be a VW. And you can now see that all of a sudden K5 is also on the scene since a couple of weeks. But the license plate still says K1. So now we know for sure that what used to be K1 has become K5. And that there are now 4 Ranger Raptors, K1 through K4. These are all Raptor Rangers, with K1 being the newest. Now if I recall correctly, H1 is also still driving around. That is a bird control van. And is the camera high enough? No. If I were to lift up the camera a couple of centimeters, you could watch over the electricity house and you would also be able to see a yellow pickup truck from the bird control. Alright, so status quo, we can see that the airplane is in, the flaps and slats are in takeoff configuration. You can see that the leading edge has lowered. The trailing edge is also a bit lower than it used to be. I missed whether or not they already did the controls check, but that's usually something that they do shortly after or simultaneously to lowering the flaps. If they already did the controls check and everything is in order, they will request clearance to taxi, and if they get that, then very shortly from now we should see it moving, beginning to move, I should say. I am going to turn around the camera because we are going to see an arrival of a Widebody now. Area 52, once again, passing by. And this is KLM flight 767, which is an A330-300 arrival from Boner. 8 hours and 44 minutes on the way. And this is fuck D, which is a polite way to say piss off. The airplane is 13 years old. The first flight was in March 2012. Yeah, and taxi clearance has been given. Nippon Cargo on the move. Alan has to go. Alan, thanks for joining us. It's a pity that you need to go, since we are about to enter the power hour. Bertrand asks, when is the NATO top? That's the 22nd until the 25th, if I recall correctly, in June. Quad Squad is coming. This is Air Icarus. It is flying very close to the sun, where the sun is in my sky, so it's hard to make out any details right now. Looking at the shape of the wing, I'm inclined to say it's a 747, but that's just an educated guess. KLM 100 years arriving from Delhi in India. And Mr. Biker also back in the chat. Good to see you, my friend. Hope all is well, Paul. Okay, let's see. What was it? It does look like it was a 747. Lufthansa, more likely than not. All is well over here, Paul. Clearing the respiratory tract infection. Still a bit snotty when I have to talk a lot, but otherwise I'm doing good. Not nearly coughing as much as I did earlier in the week, so clearing the infection, all going well. Guys, have a look. If you join us only just now, there are 3 747s coming this way and the A380, all expected before 1 o'clock, and that means they're going to land on this runway. Cargo Lux arriving from Nairobi in Kenya, ETA 1216. Same ETA for the Saudia arriving from Jeddah, and here over England in the vicinity of London. Miami, from Miami to Amsterdam, an ETA of 1230. KLM, no, not KLM, Cargo Lux. And here we have the Emirates A380 with an ETA of 10 minutes to 1. Beautiful candidate for this runway. In the meantime, KLM flight 604 is about to land here, arriving from LAX. 9 hours and 53 minutes it has taken to get here. This was the PHBKC Bravo Kilo Charlie. 5-year-old airplane, first flight October 2019. Japanese Queen vacating the scene. Jan Koster, goedemorgen, and thank you for the kind words, mate. Next airplane might give you the cramps if you're gluten intolerant. It's coming in from Celiac City, so look away if you are gluten intolerant. A319 EasyJet, flight 22515. Hey there, Thomas, who is tuning in from Okinawa in Japan. Thank you for the kind words, mate. Glad to hear that you are enjoying the show. I hope that goes for everybody. If you are liking what you're seeing and you haven't already, consider leaving a like. Liking and subscribing is an easy, free way to help promote the channel and its content to a wider audience. People who are interested in live streams like you guys are, but who haven't heard of the channel yet. Marissa is confirming that Saudia is now confirmed for the Kaagbaan, as expected. This particular A319 is 18 years old already. Okay, this is interesting. They're moving a stairs. Are they going to cross over the canal? Come shake my hand? What are they doing? The Red Dragon says the cargos are not going to turn to our runway. So they are going to cross the central runway further to the north, is that what you mean? It's a forklift even. It's a forklift driving, pulling the stairs. Only one sound, only one musical part can be fitting for this. It looks comical, doesn't it? Helicopter of the police. It was looking comical. Forklift pulling, tugging a stairs. Right, here they are. Up close and personal. Area 52 is escorting. It's a heister. A heister to hoist. Solar panels. It's providing its own electricity by solar power. Han missed that tune, especially for you, Dan. Anyway, that was our comical interlude with per stairs being tugged by a forklift. Something you don't see every day. Here we have a bizjet that is not visible on flight radar, interestingly, but it is on the glide slope to runway 04. Right, I'm also hearing something with propellers passing by overhead, but it's not producing a contrail. That makes it bloody hard to see. unable to see anything. This looks like it is a relocation flight from Brussels. Call sign says KLM flight 9936. Arriving from Brussels, 83 nautical miles, 22 minutes on the way, Embraer 175. 8 years old, first flight February 2017. Mercer says Nippon Cargo lining up on center, that's good news. That would be an airplane that we ought to be able to see. I'm also looking a bit to my left. Qatar arriving from Doha should also be visible. And it also looks like there is another quad squad control coming this way. Also the sounds of engines starting. Embraer GE90s, another 777 over there. And if all is well, from behind the trees in the middle of the field of view, we should be able to see the Nippon Cargo taking to the sky from the center runway in a few moments. Yeah, there she is. QJ says the 100-year KLM looks also on the way to Kaagbaan, but we already saw it land here. Now there are 4 GE90 engines that need to be started here. I think the second one from the Chinese triple is being started and you probably can hear it. Qatar is also over there. The duckies are over here. Nippon is still flying over there. Katie, good afternoon. RW, goedemiddag. Hey there, Jill. Good afternoon. And welcome to the show, all others who might have joined in the meantime. So, we are in fact seeing a quad squad contrail already coming this way. Looks like it is going to pass by a bit south of me, southwest. There is a 747 underway, and I think I may even be able to see it. I'm not sure that this is it. If it isn't, then this is the EasyJet arriving from Lickety Split. I think that's the EasyJet arriving from Split. There's probably a 747 somewhere over there that you can see on paper. Seven 747s coming and going. Nippon Cargo is going. And the first of 3 is coming. And Ramon says A380 JFK to Dubai. Well, Dubai... Oh, JFK to Dubai, that's this one probably. This is probably JFK to Dubai then. And the other one is passing by, much closer by. And that is an A340. Bridge hopper over here in the foreground. KLM flight 1020 arriving from Leeds. Let's have another look, see if we can spot the 747 already. Should be flying in the sky somewhere over there. Or is this it? Or was it after all along? Yeah. This is the first of 3 747s that we can see land here on the Kartbaan pretty soon. Now also a few wide bodies are coming in to Kartbaan. The first of which is visible on the left. That is TUI flight 757 arriving from Willemstad, Curaçao. And the Qatar 777 arriving from Doha should be somewhere behind it. Can we see it already? Probably too far away. Here in the foreground we have a narrow body, that's KLM flight 1788 arriving from Hanover. A340 Frankfurt to Seattle, thank you guys for looking that up. Hey there Erik, Carlton, goedemiddag. Chill bro, Baggins, good day. Beautiful day in the lowlands. Well, we didn't start with beautiful weather in the beginning of the stream. Have a look and see how cloudy it was initially, but things finally have opened up luckily. Still with the constant wind here, it is a bit coolish. But that's okay. Cargo triple that will have to traverse runway 06 at some point as well. Right, the hour of power is about to begin. The ducks are ready for it, and I hope you guys are too. 3 747s and A380 expected between now and 10 minutes to 1. All expected to land over here. More wide bodies in the meantime in between as well. If you guys are enjoying the stream and you haven't already, consider leaving a like and subscribing. It is a free and easy way to help promote the channel and its content to people like yourselves who are into live streams like these, but who might not have heard of the channel yet. This is TUI flight 757 arriving from Willemstad, Curaçao. It's a 7878 Dreamliner. Eight hours and 27 minutes it has taken this airplane to get here. 10-year-old airplane. First flight May 2014. Adrian also back in the chat, good to see you mate. Qatar triple over there. Qatar triple over there as well. This is Qatar cargo flight 8205 arrived from Doha. 777 freighter, 6 hours 18 minutes on the way to get here. Four-year-old airplane, first flight July 2020. One Qatar has arrived and one Qatar is leaving. We are going to see two 747s, and will we see them back to back? By now, looking on Flight Radar, it looks like we might see them back to back. Although the spatial separation does seem to be a bit sizable. It's not going to be a combo shot. By the looks of it. So yeah, one Qatar has arrived, another Qatar is about to leave. Saudia 747 has also been sighted. E2 Embraer 195 arriving from London Heathrow, KLM flight 1004. I'm already looking over my camera a bit further down the glide slope to see if I can see the first queen already. Looks like it is still a bit low and behind the tree. The well-known geared turbofan whistle when the airplane passes you by. Same can be heard with A220s, which have engines on board that are related to the engine type of the E2 Embraer. Right, the first queen of the show, here it is. The first of three expected to land here. Cargolux flight 2613, operated by Cargolux Italia, arriving from Nairobi in Kenya, which is in and we also can expect the Corendon A350, which is now above Zeeland in Dutch airspace, Marissa says. So, where is Queenie numero dos? Can I see it? The answer is no, I cannot. Not yet. I think I do see something now. Yeah. Two back-to-back 747s, ladies and gentlemen. The airplane will have to climb a bit higher in the sky, but then we ought to be able to see them both together. Mother of all glide slope shots. Cargolux flight 2613 arriving from Nairobi in Kenya, here in the foreground. Saudia flight 933, Saudia Cargo arriving from Jeddah, will follow behind it. It's a pity that there's so much spatial separation between the two. There it is, climbing out above the tree, optically at least. Two 747s in a row. What a combo. Right, showtime. Let's go. Cargolux flight 2613. Let's see and listen how it is going to land. a whistly arrival. Right, that was Queen number 1. Let's look and listen for Queen number 2. Saudia Cargo Flight 933. Coming in from Jeddah in Saudi Arabia, flight time 5 hours and 57 minutes, the 9H AKF. She is 30 years old. First flight was in December 1994. And the cargo lux from just now was 16 years old. So this airplane is almost twice as old. No immediate traffic behind it. There's an Embraer 170 arriving from Teesside/Darlington. That is coming after this. It'll need a lot of spatial separation to make sure that the wake turbulence has dissipated sufficiently. Michael Jackson, good to see you again. 2 Queens in a row, a third one, and the A380 still expected before 1 o'clock. 3 Queens, 1 A380. All 4 landing here on this runway. What a treat. Right, 30-year-old Saudia Cargo 747. How will it do in comparison with the Queen that we saw just now? I think we might also get a long distance double headshot. Bit subdued in the audio department. 1747 has landed, the other one is making its way over to the parking. Now, if you don't have to be anywhere, folks, stick around. We have another 747 and the A380 still expected, both here on Kaagbaan on this runway before 1 o'clock. Let's have a quick look on Flight Radar, see where these airplanes are at in the sky. The third Queen is now traversing the Gulf of Yorkshire. Its ETA is 12:31 and the Emirates A380 still has an ETA of 12:50, so still on schedule to arrive here and land on the Kaagbaan runway 06, the runway we are standing next to. Right, will we get a double long distance headshot money shot as well? Sander K also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Mike Wild, good morning. Abby, good morning. Or good evening. Or good afternoon, depending on what time of day it is where you guys are at. So yeah, 2 queens. Back to back even. Long time since we last saw that. Nippon Cargo, we saw it leave. 2 KLM 747s, we also saw depart. The A380 is also still expected with an ETA of half an hour from now. Still well before 1 o'clock. Peppy Plane is watching during math class. A lot of mathematics also involved, calculating stuff in the world of aviation. Practical application of mathematics. In the meantime, KLM flight 1774 arriving from Berlin is coming up from behind me, and you are able to pick it up on the mic. Adrian, stop confusing the children. Pi is not 3.26. It's close, but not exactly 3.26. Hey Jeffrey, what a treat tuning in and seeing 2 747s landing back to back. Absolutely. The 3rd queen is expected. The A380 is too. I'm now going to turn the camera around because Delta Airlines flight 136 is also coming. Arriving from Detroit, Michigan, A330-300. 3 airplane glide slope shot. And what a difference with the beginning of the stream where it was cloudy all over. So much cooler as well. Also more wind. It is now less windy than it was before. Let me see if I can also update the METAR in the ticker after this landing, because it has been a while since I last updated it. This is Delta Airlines flight 136 arriving from Detroit, Michigan. 7 hours and 45 minutes on the way. November 825, November Whiskey is the registration, and she is 9 years old. First flight October 2015. In the meantime, the queens have vanished from sight. The Saudia moving in on its parking space. Next airplane to arrive is Transavia flight 5820 arriving from Bari. 2 hours 23 minutes on the way. The PHHXO is the registration. 6-year-old airplane, first flight January 2019. And indeed, Marissa, if you are enjoying the stream, please hit the like button. It's free and helps the stream. Subscribing and liking if you are enjoying what you're seeing is a free and easy way to promote the channel to new viewers. Who might also be interested in live streams like these if only they knew of this channel's existence. So, for those of you joining us later, let's have another quick look on Flight Radar so that we can see what is in store We have a 747 from Cargo Lux arriving from Miami, Florida. That is now flying downwind. We should be able to pick it up in a moment. ETA of 1250, the Emirates A380. So don't go away if you don't have to be anywhere else, because we should see the A380 in 35 minutes from now. And I'm trying to see where is the 747. On paper, we ought to be able to see it over there. It is still a bit further out to sea, over the Gulf of Yorkshire, but on paper I think I ought to be able to see it if I only knew where I need to look precisely. No luck yet, but I keep looking because I think I ought to be able to see it on the downwind leg. Hans' favorite, Vueling, with the dot still in place, luckily. Corendon A350 is also now on the glide slope. Should be landing pretty soon. Well, looky here. What have we here? KLM 737 and the Corendon A350. Right. I'm still looking to see if I am able to catch a glimpse of the 747, but it turned to the south a bit further out to sea than often is the case. I think it is still a bit too far for me to be able to spot from here, so we'll just have to make do with what we can see and wait it out. We should be able to see it pretty soon though. Ollie the Oxpecker, good afternoon. Welcome to the show, mate. This is KLM Flight 1164 arriving from Bergen. 737-800. Next up, Corendon / World to Fly arriving from Boner. Flight 5997. And after that, a 777-200 arriving from Guayaquil, which is in... I also see a quad-engined contrail passing by east, south... Let's see, southeast and northwest. That very much looks like a Lufty A340. Almost certainly the case. Right, time for the big Predator, composite Predator bird that is the A350-900. Corendon World to Fly, Flight 5997 arriving from Boner. 2-year-old airplane, first flight May 2023, so this airplane turned 2 this month. And what a looker it is, isn't it? If there's one airplane that to me looks like a Predator bird a lot, it is the A350. Ozari Man is tuning in from Benin City in Nigeria. Welcome, mate. Welcome to the show, all others who might have joined. Let's quickly turn back. KLM Flight 755, arriving from Guayaquil, next to land here. It is a 777-200 Cargo Lux 747 is now 2 airplanes behind this airplane. Yeah, not yet visible, unfortunately. The tree is in the way, I think. The tree is in the way. This is KLM Flight 755 arriving from Guayaquil in Ecuador. 10 hours and 52 minutes on the way. The PHBQO, that's Bravo Quebec Oscar. This airplane is 18 years old. Its first flight was in January 2007. Hey there, the aviation master and all others who have joined in the meantime. Welcome to the show. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. And if you joined us only just now, you may have missed the consecutive arrival of two 747s not too long ago, earlier in the stream. Happened 10 or so minutes ago. Next airplane to land is number 175 arriving from Stuttgart. But it is the airplane preceding the next Quad Squad member, so it's not going to get much love from me here today. I am going to focus the camera on the airplane that is right behind it. Third queen of the show, second cargo lux of the show, cargo lux flight something something. It's CLX 68 kilo. 68 kilo, arriving from Miami, Florida. It is a Boeing 7478 freighter. This particular airplane has been flying for 8 hours and 22 minutes to get here today. The LXVCL. 10-year-old airplane, first flight January 2015. There's a KLM Embraer 175 before it. Maria says the A380 has been assigned to Kaagbaan as expected. So it's now official, the A380 is also coming to the runway we are standing next to. Good news. Two consecutive 747s, this is number 3. And the A380 already in Dutch airspace and also officially now assigned to the right runway. There she is, CLX 68 kilo. Arriving from Miami, Florida. 8 hours and 24 minutes on the way. Number 8 on flight radar. 629 people tracking this airplane right now. 8 hours and 24 minutes on the way. 10 years old. First flight January 2015. Draai eruit. Zit jij een Drito also back in the chat? Servus. Infinity also back. Hey man. So yeah, if you don't have to be anywhere, folks, stick around after this landing because the A380 is also landing on the right runway today. It's a pity that the A340 got away. It landed really early this morning. Already well at the gate before I even arrived on the scene. To me it sounds like an idle reverse landing. Or hardly any spool up. It's not full reverse, that much we can tell for sure. Yeah, on second thought they did spool up the reversers a little bit. Another 747 expected to make a right-hand turn at the end of the runway and coming this way for a long-distance headshot, which we can see happen right now. The airplane just now landing was Transavia, a 737 arriving from Faro. Next airplane to arrive on the scene is going to be KLM flight 744 arriving from Lima in Peru. Here it is. KLM flight 744 arriving from Lima in Peru. Peru, that is right next to Ecuador. 11 hours and 40 minutes on the way. The PHB VI Bravo Victor India. 12-year-old airplane, first flight June 2012. Flap surfaces look pretty clean. Yeah, and in the meantime, the Cargolux 747 also having taken a left-hand turn, going into its parking space. Alright, next up, Shamrock, Aer Lingus, flight 604, an A321neo arriving from Dublin, Ireland. With another two airplanes already visible on the glide slope behind it. We have 3 Airbus A320neo family members. We have Shamrock with an A321neo in the foreground, EasyJet in the middle, A320neo. And then the third airplane that you see on the left, that's KLM flight 1602 arriving from Rome. And that once again is an A321neo. Aer Lingus flight 604 arriving from Dublin. An hour and 9 minutes underway. 5-year-old airplane, first flight October 2019. And what a difference compared with the beginning of the show. Look to the north, almost no clouds, just at the far horizon. Further to the north, friendly cumulus clouds. Looking to the west, all seems to be clear. Looking to the east, again, once a little, again, a few clouds at the horizon, but in the vicinity over here, everything is blue. Same can be said when turning the camera to the south. Here and there, further away, you can see some friendly cumulus clouds, but here in the immediate vicinity, everything is blue all over. Such a big contrast with how the stream started this morning. This is an EasyJet A320neo arriving from Edinburgh. 1 hour and 6 minutes underway. Airplane a year old, first flight February 2024. Hadi Freya, goedemiddag. Nobody is perfect, goedemiddag. Good afternoon, one and all. If you joined us only just now, you may have missed 3 747s landing here already. But fear not, if you have some time to linger for another 10 minutes, the A380 should land here pretty soon. In fact, I am looking around me to see if maybe I can spot it already. Should be in the vicinity already. No, it's still a bit further away than I thought it was. Still northeast of Almere. Means it still has a few more minutes to go. In the meantime, a KLM A321neo flight 1602 arriving from Rome, landing here. Faxi. Very Grebe in the meantime over there. Doing a little bit of washy-washy. Donald and the crew. Donald saw it and he is going to investigate. Hey, what are you doing there? What's that Grebe doing in our turf? On our turf. In our territory. The other guys haven't seen him yet, so... And... Chris Coot, albeit a bit obscured by the reeds, is over there. He's also witnessing it. Yeah, and Donald is on his way. Donald is on his way now. He's going to check out what Gary Grebe was doing there. Hey mate, you passing by here or what? This is our turf. This is duck turf, mate. Wah, wah. Schiphol, there's always a lot to see. Here we have an Embraer 195 arriving from Warsaw. And of course a polished landing, as they always do. Michael DCA also back in the chat. Japio, goedemiddag. Welcome to the show, everybody. You're watching Amos Live. My name is Boy and we are standing here at Kaagbaan Runway 06. Where already 3 747s landed in the past half hour, and pretty soon we are going to see the Emirates A380. The Emirates A380 is approaching and I'm already looking behind me. Am I able to see the flying apartment building with wings? The answer is not yet. The answer is not yet. No, still struggling to see it, even though on paper I should be able to see it. It's not too far away anymore. Where art thou? Ah, found it. There it is. There it is. Emirates flight 147. The A380 arriving from Dubai. Flying downwind now. Slowly but surely coming this way. In the meantime, Delta Airlines flight 164 arriving from Minneapolis, Minnesota is also coming this way. A330neo. And QJ asks if I cover the Cathay Pacific arrival around 1:25. Is that an arrival from Paris or something? Because I didn't see anything airborne. Ah, it's on Paris taxiing now. Well, I didn't plan to, but if it is coming this way, might as well stick around for it. Delta Airlines Flight 164 arrived from Minneapolis, Minnesota. It left there 8 hours and 2 minutes ago. The airplane is 3 years old, first flight January 2022. Interesting acoustics here. Right. Two narrow bodies coming this way. BA City Flyer arriving from London City. And a KLM 737-700 arriving from Billund. The Emirates A380 is turning base. Or no, it is still flying downwind. Looks like it'll be the third airplane to arrive. I think it's now beginning to turn into turn base. Maybe it'll continue in one smooth movement and turning final as well. Hadi Ad, goedemiddag. Bart, goedemiddag. So yeah, the gear is already down. Emirates A380, flight 147 arriving from Dubai. Now on the base leg. About to turn final. Third to arrive here. Being preceded by two narrow bodies initially. Following the plane. Yeah, it's close enough, I think, that we are going to be able to continually see it. Yeah. It's close enough that we can continuously see it. Nu? Het mag wel. Je mag alleen, geloof ik, niet formeel onder de approach lights staan. Maar ja, als de politie je niet ziet, dan mag het natuurlijk. Nee, je kan gewoon verder daar. Daar wordt regelmatig naartoe gelopen. A couple of passers-by asking if it is possible to also go towards the approach lights, which we're now going to do. Right, Emirates now number 8 on flight radar, tracked by 706 people. The flight time is a bit ahead of schedule. Nominally it would be around 6.5 hours. It's 8 minutes earlier, 6 hours 22 minutes, so still ballpark nominal flight duration, if you ask me. This particular airplane is the A6EOB Echo Oscar Bravo, and it is already 10 years old. First flight June 2014. She's coming, the flying apartment building on wings. And if you guys have been enjoying the stream so far and you haven't already, consider leaving a like and subscribing. It really helps to promote the channel and its content to viewers like yourselves who are into live streams like these but who haven't heard of AMS Live yet. So there is a 747-8 from Cathay Pacific Cargo coming this way from Paris, which is expected in couple of minutes, not a couple of minutes. It should depart any time now from Paris, coming this way. Is it airborne yet? Let me have a quick look. Not seeing anything yet. Wait, no, I do now. Yeah, Cathay Pacific Cargo is now climbing out. Just left from Paris, Paris-Charles de Gaulle. That's usually a 40 to 45 minutes flight, so it should arrive around 1:30. Let's stick around until it has landed. That would mean a 4 Queen show. First up, the King, Emirates Flight 147. Let's look and listen how it is going to land here. We should hear those reversers pretty well from over here. What a behemoth. Never ceases to amaze. Hey there, Anka. Welcome to the show, everybody. So yeah, this has been the Emirates A380, and in half an hour or so from now we are going to see the Cathay Pacific Cargo Bonus Queen. Initially I thought about stopping when this airplane had landed, the A380, but I'm going to stick around and let's finish on a high note. The Bonus Queen, which is expected to arrive here from Paris. The King is now vacating the runway. And Hans' favorite Vueling is next. Flight 1375 arriving from Alicante. Hans, just in time. Perfect, mate. Dans has to go. Thanks for stopping by, mate. See you later in the weekend, undoubtedly. That was the Emirates A380. And there is a Bonus Queen underway now. It just left from Paris. Should be here pretty soon, half an hour or so from now. I'm sticking around. It's probably going to land on this runway. Vueling flight 1375 arriving from Alicante. An A320. 2 hours and 16 minutes it has taken this airplane to get here. Marissa also has to go. Han also has to go. See you all later. Next up, EasyJet A319 arriving from Palma de Mallorca, and we have an Iceland Air 767 behind it. 37 minutes according to flight radar, Michael says. Thanks for the update. So yeah, should arrive around 1:30 or so. Ordinarily, airplanes arriving from the southwest get assigned this runway. There's of course a small chance that it is going to go to the wrong runway. If it will go to the wrong runway, at least from here we can see it quite well still. But I'm pretty optimistic we should see it to the Kaagbaan. Luckily for us, as soon as it enters into Dutch airspace, probably in the southwestern province of Zeeland, we ought to be able to see the runway assignment. Quad engine airplane is passing north of me from east to west. Already pretty far away from the sun. Lufty? Lufty A380? It looks like Lufty, yeah. Pretty sure that was Lufty. So yeah, Iceland Air 767, old school wide body, 737-300 Iceland Air Flight 500 arriving from Reykjavik, 2 hours and 46 minutes on the way. This airplane is 27 years old and hails from the year 1997, October to be precise. And 500 likes accomplished. Thank you all so much for the likes, guys. If you want to help support the channel for free, liking and subscribing is an easy way to do so. And apparently, that's what Lance Cole said, you can also help by leaving comments below the stream. Of course, with live streams there's always a live chat where you can interact while live. You can also leave comments below videos, and apparently that also boosts the algorithm and promotes content more. The more people interact, the better the algorithm thinks the content is perceived to be. Harry the Hypnotizing Heron, talking about focus. Still have to see have to come across the first heron with ADHD. They always have hyper focus, these animals. Stratotanker nearby. Where is it flying? I'm not seeing any contrails in my immediate vicinity unless this twin jet is what you guys were referring to. But that was probably not the case. No, that looks like a regular jet. No contrails up in the sky. The only thing I see is an isolated cloud here. This is a number 190 Britty Hopper arriving from Leeds. Right, this is KLM flight 1502, arriving from Madrid. 2 hours and a minute on the way. There is a wide body behind it. That is KLM flight 622, arriving from Atlanta, Georgia. That's a 777-300. Trying to see what else is in the pipeline. It does look like, for the time being, a lot of narrow bodies after the next wide body. Interesting to see where KLM flight 1218 is going to. Also KLM flight 1187, they're arriving from the north. They seem to be passing downwind west of us, only to turn in for Kaagban eventually. This is KLM flight 622, arriving from Atlanta, Georgia. It's a 777-300. 8 hours and 12 minutes on the way. Dukeman also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. If you joined us only just now, you missed the arrival of 3 747s and the A380 already. They all landed here on this runway. There's a bonus queen underway. Cathay Pacific Cargo departed from Paris not too long ago. Let's have a look on Flight Radar, see where it is in the sky right now. Bonus queen coming in. This is the A380. It is already gone, and here it is now flying. Cathay Pacific Cargo flight 2014 with an ETA of 1:37 p.m. expected in 33 minutes from now. It is now still underway for, well, 100 kilometers it has traveled, 297 kilometers it still has to go, so it is at a quarter of the distance. Normally speaking, these airplanes should land on the Kaagban, coming in from the south and arriving via the southwest. An update of the METAR tells us that the temperatures climbed to 16 degrees C, the wind is still blowing from the north, and for the airplanes that are landing here on 06, it means a little bit of headwind and crosswind from the left. The wind variability means that there's mostly crosswind and a little bit of headwind, and maybe even a little bit of tailwind if it turns more to the west. Wind has subsided to 7 knots. It was more windy earlier in the stream. We had a ceiling in the beginning of the stream, now no more, just few clouds at 3,200 feet. So calm, summery weather, in other words. Let me update the METAR in the ticker. Russell, in the meantime, is parading in front of us, sitting at the box there at, what is it, Loksam? Russell Crowe, enjoying the weather. E2 Embraer 195 in the meantime, arriving from Aberdeen. KLM flight 914. And indeed, Maria, members can still vote. I forgot to open up the third round poll. So if you want to, you can still vote in the second round for the custom emoji election number 32. I think the two polls are headed by two clear leaders. At least when I looked a couple of days ago. Firefighters in one poll and Lufty in the other. So it looks like, unless something has changed in the meantime, that these two will fight it out head to head. I keep reminding myself that I need to do the polls when I come home from today's stream. So you can expect an announcement of a third round poll later today, in a couple of hours from now. If all is well, in a week from now we should have a definitive winner, which will become the 30-second custom emoji for the members. Very briefly did we pass above 1400 members. That made the 30-second emoji slot become available. I've locked it in by placing a temporary placeholder in it. If I didn't do that, it would have gone away again if the moment we would go under 1400 members, which didn't happen, which happened not very long after going through the 1400. Vote Lufty, vote vodka. If you haven't cast your vote yet, you can still do so. If you're a new member or an old member, if your membership was gifted to you or not, that doesn't matter. You'll find the polls in the community section for members. Converging arrivals have once again begun. Runway 36 Center also open. A few friendly clouds over here, which were also noted in the METAR. And the next airplane approaching is Transavia, an A321neo arriving from Alicante, flight 6144. 2 hours and 15 minutes underway. The airplane a year old, the PHYHY. The last letter of the registration is one of the last letters of the alphabet, and that tells you that this is an airplane that is a rental. Transavia also has A321neos that are part of their own fleet. And the last letter of the registrations of these airplanes are letters that are at the beginning of the alphabet. Once again, I heard that infamous Schiphol elephant somewhere. I'm looking around, but I'm not able to see it yet. Turkish A330 is now approaching 36 right. There it is already. Turkish flight 1957. A330-200 arriving from Istanbul in Turkey. 2 hours and 57 minutes underway. That's a nominal flight duration. A 16-year-old airplane, first flight October 2008. The Cathay Pacific 747 bonus queen is now above Belgian airspace, according to Adriaan. Thanks for keeping us informed, guys. In the meantime, an Embraer 190 arriving from Kristiansand is about to land here on the Kaagbaan. Shortly before Turkish is about to touch down. And after the Embraer 190 has landed, we are going to see an A319 from Air France. That's now next to land here on Kaagbaan. Another baby bus. Not a bit bigger. Not Air Baguette, but Air Pistolet. Yeah, and this is where we're losing the airplanes from sight. Alright, Air France A319 flight 1640 arriving from Paris. Next up, on the left of it is KLM flight 1614, which is a 737-800 arriving from Milan. Still an occasional breeze, although it is not as breezy anymore as it was in the beginning. I have filmed with image stabilizer enabled, but let's see how we fare without. It does make the following much more direct and less fluffy, quote unquote. On paper, image stabilizer should reduce the vibrations of the wind a little bit. And the cargo is only at 24,000 feet. Was that its initial cruising altitude, or is it already descending above Ghent? It might have already been past the top of descent. Which rhymes. Top of descent in the vicinity of Ghent. Now, tomorrow I intend to go to the Polderbaan, since the wind isn't expected to change in the upcoming days. Want to switch it up. Arrivals today, departures tomorrow, arrivals on Saturday, and then hopefully again departures on Sunday. Also going sightseeing after my stream on Saturday. New location, but not publicly accessible. To see if that might be a good vantage point to be filming the NATO top from. Or at least during the NATO top. Very much looking forward to that. This is KLM flight 1614 arriving from Milan, a 737-800. Earlier in the week it was confirmed that the US president is coming to the NATO top, which also means that Air Force One is expected to land here at Schiphol in that week. Question is, which runway will it land on? Obviously, 2 runways out of commission. Polderbaan will be a parking lot for the jets, and the Buitenvelderbaan is still closed due to maintenance. We have a KLM 737-800 coming in next, flight 1218, arriving from Stockholm, and after that Air Transat arriving from Canada, Toronto, A321neo. Jeffrey already says that the Cathay Queen is going to the Kaagbaan. That is good news. So it has been confirmed that our bonus queen is landing on the runway we are standing next to. A nice little treat there. Alright, here we go again. Stairway to heaven. Being towed. Welcome to Schiphol Airport. Where forklift tows stairways to heaven. Next up, Air Transat A321neo arriving from Toronto in Canada. Air France flight 1740 is next to arrive. Bombardier C-Series 300. Also coming in from Paris. A lot of traffic from Paris to Amsterdam today. Also one of the firefighters which was on the road. The Beach Avenue. Ooh, where is it? Has it gone already? The hedges are blocking our view. You might be able to hear it. Good suggestion then, Martin. I should call up to whoever is the owner of that stair, that flight of stairs, to see if I can rent it perhaps. This is Air France flight 1740 arriving from Paris. A Bombardier C-Series 300, aka A220 300 as they're called or known these days. 40 minutes underway. The Verhypno. It's Verhypnotherapy. Foxtrot, Hotel, Papa, November, Oscar is the registration. Verhypno. French hypnotherapy. Coming this way. Brand new airplane. First flight October last year. Marco R, goedemiddag kerel. And Hank is leaving. Thanks for stopping by. Hope to see you later in the weekend, mate. Oh. Looking at looking at my chat window and also trying to follow the airplanes. Paul Fairclough also back in the chat. Must have missed your arrival. Welcome back, mate. Good to see ya. The bonus queen will be the last airplane for today's show. The bonus queen is now flying over Zeeland. Thank you, Jetstream Journeys. Thank you, said earlier you had to leave. But back again, and rightly so. We have beautiful airplanes still coming in. Ending the show on a high note with the bonus queen. 3 airplanes right now forming a glide slope shot of sorts. Let's see, EasyJet A320 arriving from Palma de Mallorca, Sky Express A320neo arriving from Athens. Interesting that it is landing on this runway and not on 36 right. Ryanair, 3rd, arriving from Dublin, Ireland, 737. Jeffrey says in Dutch we call a forklift voorkheftruck, but the things where it lift cargo with we don't call forks but lepels, spoons. I didn't even know that they were called lepels in Dutch. Spoon it up. Hey, it's a 4 airplane glide slope shot. What do you know? Let's see, the 4th airplane is TAP Air Portugal arriving from Lisbon. Saudia Dreamliner arriving from Jeddah. Going to the wrong runway. No, still a bit further that way. No, that's Transavia preceding the Saudia Dreamliner. The Saudia Dreamliner is still a bit further out. That's it. Michael asks, where is Captain Jerry? He was feeling unwell and left pretty soon after appearing in the chat this morning. Wasn't feeling well, not sure what was wrong with him, if he maybe caught the flu or something, but he was there only briefly earlier in the morning and left again pretty soon. Hope he's doing alright. Sky Express arriving from Athens next. Is this one of those airplanes where it says Greece is bliss on the tin? I think it is. 3 hours and 17 minutes on the way. This particular airplane is 3 years old, first flight December 2021. And what is happening here? I am standing in the shadow of a cloud. What? Saudia flight 215 arrived from Jeddah. Dreamliner arriving on the wrong runway. Already buildings in the foreground obscuring the visibility with heatwave distortion. Then have a look when it clears buildings. All of a sudden the picture becomes a lot more crisp. And then as soon as another building is in the foreground it becomes vague and hazy again. Last bit that we are able to see from it. And here Ryanair arriving from Dublin in Ireland. The runway is still in the sun over here, currently in the shade of a cloud that is passing by pretty quickly, luckily. Wind also seems to have picked up again, interestingly. It was more windy in the morning, then it became more calm, now once again, and yeah, you probably don't hear it very well, but you can definitely see it over here. Everything is actually moving with the wind. The wind also has its effect here on the flag. TAP Air Portugal arriving from Lisbon in Portugal. Next to arrive over here. 2 hours and 30 minutes on the way. This is an A320neo. 4 years old, first flight March 2021. These airplanes are not flown by pilots, but by tap dancers. TAP Air Portugal. Harry the Heron over there. Twin jet contrail over there coming this way. Looks like it might be a narrow body. Also a twin jet passing by over here near my zenith. Almost too high in the sky for my camera to reach. Not sure if that is BA or something else. Looks like it might be a narrow body from BA. Passed almost exactly overhead, a little bit to the north of me. This is KLM Flight 1420 arriving from Nantes. Huh? 747 just now turned around, going to the south again. Is it in a holding pattern? Is it so busy? Yeah, that's the southwestern holding pattern. If it is busy, there are 3 places where airplanes can turn and wait in a holding pattern. Over the North Sea to the west of Schiphol Airport, over there where the Cathay Pacific Cargo is now in a holding pattern. And there's also another one of these holding locations over the central province of Flevoland, east of Lelystad. Right. The next airplane is going to be KLM flight 1512, arriving from Barcelona. There it is. And behind it, another widebody. What? Do they even exist still? Do they still make them? It is a 777-200ER from United, coming in from San Francisco. We haven't seen a lot of Uniteds in the stream today. No Dreamliners, no 767s. I think this might even be the first, or was it? Anyway, first up, KLM flight 1512 arriving from Barcelona. 2 hours and 5 minutes on the way. The PHBXS, that's Bravo X-Ray Sierra. This particular airplane is 23 years old. First flight was in October 2001. Right, is the 747 continuing, or is it still... Hey, it is actually flying further back than a regular holding pattern. This has now become suspect. This is not a holding pattern anymore. This is just an airplane returning. That is weird. That is weird. It's at 7,000 feet. What is happening with the Cathay? In the meantime, room is being made. Room is being made for the Cathay Pacific cargo, which I'm pretty sure is usually parked on the north side, but there you go. Yeah, now it is turning again a little bit. Yeah, now it is turning. Right, so that was an extended holding pattern of sorts, if you will. Indeed, Philippopoulos. It had to give way to the narrow bodies. Stupid narrow bodies. Well, let's turn around and film a fat wide body. Here we have United flight 968. Arriving from San Francisco. There it is. 9 hours and 44 minutes on the way. This is a 777-200ER. November 77012 is the registration. The airplane is 25. First flight July 1999, so it's a millennial. Oof, dirty flaps, check that out. Nasty. Now, let's see. Whole slew of narrow bodies preceding the 747. I'm counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 that are arriving from the southwest. We also have an A321neo arriving from Chester that is flying over the Gulf of Yorkshire and is also slowly but surely coming this way, so probably 8 or so wide bodies. Oh, and KLM flight 791 arriving from Sao Paulo, but looks like they're directing it to follow the 747-8. They do try to lengthen the stream, Adrian. Well, it was already going to be a short stream to begin with if I had stopped after the A380's arrival, so It's definitely worthwhile sticking around for another bonus queen if one is coming. Particularly if there is already a big beforehand chance that it is landing on the right runway. Bart says, I can hear the Cathay Pacific outside of my window. Damn, what a sound. Lucky you to already have had a sneak preview. Interestingly, the pattern of cloudiness here is atypical. Well, it is typical for wind that blows away from sea, but usually what you see is when you look to the east, land inward, more clouds, and to the west, towards the sea, more openness. Right now, the far west is open. A strip of land in between sea and land inward is now cloudy, and further to the east, land inward, there is actually also blue sky. Are these clouds forming in a linear formation in line with the wind, so-called wolkenstraten or cloud streets? Not very apparently. Anyway, I'm digressing. Weather is also something that is fascinating, particularly if you are also interested in aviation. Right, let's count the number of Embraer 190s. 1, 2, 3 in a row are now coming this way. One from KLM, no, two from KLM. And in the middle, one from Air France. Celine is also back in the chat, good to see ya. So yeah, if you joined us only later, you might have missed the arrivals of 3 747s and the A380 all to this runway already. We're waiting now for a bonus queen, the fourth queen of the show, Cathay Pacific Cargo, which is underway and in Dutch airspace already, arriving from Paris. ETA now 1:44, Maria says. Yeah, it ought to have, originally it should have landed already. It's an original initial ETA was 1:37. Right, well, if you're a fan of Embraer 190s, sit back and relax. Here we now have three back-to-back. Suparna is on the move. It also has to cross runway 06 first to continue to what is probably going to become the Polderbaan. Right, Cathay Pacific Queen now over Hoek of Holland, as it is mentioned on Flight Radar. Hoek van Holland. That's the Rotterdam-The Hague metropolitan area. Air France flight 1796 is approaching. That's an Embraer 190 from Air France, arriving from Lyon. The heat wave distortion the camera picks up makes it seem as if it is scorching hot here. I can tell you it isn't. My camera grossly over-exaggerates the perceived temperature. It makes it look like it is scorching hot in mid-winter because of the heat wave distortion it picks up. This particular camera seems to be very sensitive to it. After the Embraer 190s, and there's one more still to go, an Embraer 190 from KLM arriving from Geneva, we'll see 2 consecutive A321neos. The first of them is from Transavia arriving from Malaga, and the second will be from KLM arriving from Persenchester. Oh, the wind is picking up. Laptop tent was really pushed inward. You can see the wind is pushing on it. The wind is also causing ripples in the water, and the reeds are also they're also moving. Yeah, let's re-enable image stabilizer. Why don't we? It was a bit more calm with wind subsiding, but now it is picking up again. Hadi Martinair, goedemiddag. Pacific Cargo is now flying in the vicinity of Leiden. I'm not able to see it behind me just yet, so I am going to keep the camera focused on the Suparna 747 that is coming this way. I'm sure it will traverse the runway after the 2 A321neos, but before the Cathay Pacific 747-8 has landed. Seems that there is a gap between the second A321neo and the 747-8. Maria says, can we get 600 likes before the Cathay Pacific will land? How far along are we? We're at 549, so that's still a steep that's still a steep number of likes that we still have to get then. I'm pretty sure that we aren't able to get there. 550 now. Yeah, still 50 to go. Next airplane to arrive over here is one of 2 consecutive A321neos. Transavia flight 6116, arriving from Malaga, where it left from 2 hours and 33 minutes ago. This was the PHYHX, one of the rental airplanes of Transavia, a year old already, first flight March 2024. Ooh, 24 more to go. Exciting. Now I'm also going to turn around the camera because the bonus queen, the last airplane of today's show, is approaching. It's now number 2 and it has become visible. That means that the airplane preceding it is not going to be lucky and will not be featured today, just audibly. That's the fate of narrow bodies preceding quad squad members. Our bonus queen, the 4th to land here on this runway, now number 2, Cargolux. No, not Cargolux, that's a force of habit. We already had 2 of them. It is, of course, Cathay Pacific Cargo Flight 2014, a 747-8 that left from Paris and now number 3 on Flight Radar, tracked by 1,337 people. That's way more than are watching the stream. What is up? Why aren't all those people watching and tuning in via the stream so that they can see the airplane in real life as well? What is up with all those other people that are tracking it on Flight Radar that aren't watching the stream? Plenty more. 54 minutes on the way. 12-year-old airplane. First flight August 2012. Registration Bravo Lima Juliet India. It will be the last airplane of today's show. Tomorrow I'm going to the Polderbaan for departures. Should be back here again for arrivals then on Saturday. We are still expecting dry weather. Not as warm as last week, but at least sunny and decent weather. How much reversers will be applied? That's the question. The last 747-8 from Cathay Pacific that we saw land smashed down really hard. Maybe it was a little heavier than this airplane is. Fingers crossed. Right. They've learned their lesson. This is how it's supposed to be done. And the reverser's quite clearly audible. Now, Cathay I'm not too sure about. I thought they always parked on the south side, didn't they? Or... Right, which side will it turn to? Right. So a long distance headshot in the making. And while we're still waiting for the long distance headshot of the Cathay Pacific Cargo 747-8 that just now landed here from Paris and was our fourth and bonus queen of today's show, it is also time to start wrapping up and start doing the thank yous. I once again had a great show here today. I hope you guys enjoyed it as well. If you guys enjoyed the stream and you haven't already, consider leaving a like. It really helps to promote the channel and its content to people like yourselves, awesome folk who are into live streams like these, but who haven't heard of the channel yet. A massive big thank you to everybody for liking the stream, for subscribing, for becoming a member yourself, for the gifted memberships. And also thank you mods for once again keeping the chat friendly and accessible to all. It is a long distance headshot, but it is very faint because the heat wave distortion over such a distance is quite severe. Slowly but surely she's coming this way. Hopefully tomorrow we'll also see more queens in the departures. If all is well, I'm going to the Polderban tomorrow to be streaming the departures. Hope to see you then. For now, I am going to wrap it up. Thank you all so much once again for joining me here today. Hope to see you in the next one. Enjoy the rest of your day. Be safe and see you all soon. Bye for now, guys.